to draw the save with this ball. It's interesting, moving on to the other side for a drive.
Well, here he goes, and he'll find it's a very unforgiving surface.
I didn't fancy that one. I can understand why he played it, and it's no bad thing sometimes when you've dropped short balls to get it out of your system. But this is a spare shot opportunity for Paul Foster.
Certainly a better weight in terms of his first one, but he's given it too much to correct and come all the way through the back. It looked heavy.
Paul Foster.
So balls 1 and 2 from Paul Foster, spot on, 3 short, 4 long, but he takes the opening end.
It's a bit of a let off, no doubt about that.
So a full length jack for Paul Foster. These two players have shared a green before, but they've never played head to head in singles.
Just watching now for the deep bend at the end of its travel. Nice and steady. It's that first ball that Paul Foster is usually so efficient. Well, John, you're going to have to try and get that first ball behind the jack. It's important, first 1 or even 2. Give you a chance if you're going to use the big drive. Bit of work to do with this ball. Get it back from that height.
Forces his opponent onto the other hand. Well, there are many cliches that are true in bowls, and one thing is short bowls will kill you, and we're seeing this already.
15 inches short of jack play.
There's no reason for Paul to change. He's playing off the outside of the mat again, as he always does, or most of the time, simply because he knows he can push the ball out wide and it'll come back deep at the end of its travel. Just needs to hurry with this one. It's all about the pace. Well,
3 red.
It's in, but a bit short.
Well, the danger here for John is that he overcooks this in your effort just to make sure you're there.
I think he's not bad, to be honest. Looks pretty good.
He's coming well. Yep, you'll take that. Well played.
Yes, nice little shoulder with Paul Foster's ball. Just used it. Touch the jack. Paul will be looking for that one.
Short of jack high.
He's got 3 seconds, so definitely worth arriving at it. A little bit inside the line. Extra yard of running. See how much he misses the green ball by. Now he's close. Needs the edge. Didn't get it. Edge of the jack would have been perfect. Certainly not easy to add another one.
Tell you what, he likes that.
Yeah, he's good. Well done. Wasn't really a spare shot opportunity, but he managed to make the double with a very good ball.
2 shots, John Fleming.
After a very disappointing opening end, he'll be delighted with the way the second end played out. And this was lovely.
Well, it's a repeat of the first one. Really, in fact, his weight was even better this time. He used the red one before. He's played 2 good balls out of 8 and scored with both of them. I can't blame him with this one. He's making sure with the first ball to come deep, and that's a normal reaction, so it's good to do that. Better to adjust back than to adjust forward.
Paul Foster's second. He does take that wide line. He needs the pace. And that's dropping short.
3 feet.
Well, another bite of the cherry here with the third delivery. Probably didn't expect to have that.
1 green.
Use it to come off onto the jack. At the same time, take away the catch, which will make it a bit harder for Paul Foster with his next ball. You can be reasonably positive with this. Here it comes, just dipping inside. Needs to hurry though. It's close.
Certainly close and certainly in the way.
2 green.
Well, our marker, Alan Thornhill, is suggesting 2 green. Paul Foster onto the forehand.
Never easy to move after playing so many balls on one side, but he's looking pretty good with this.
Oh, that's a great finish.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. No way in the backhand. Draws a shot in the forward.
1 shot, Paul Foster.
First time he's played that hand.
That's one thing to play it in practice. But when you're playing it for the first time in the match, you draw the shot, Paul Foster. Change the hand and the chance to rest the ball.
Well, he's certainly looking good with this. That's what you have to do against Paul Foster, beat him with the first 2 balls.
On the shot bowl, half an inch, back bowl 2 inches.
There's the illustration. Paul Foster knows that dropping those 2 short red balls.
Yes, that will be interesting. But, you know, if you're going to meet someone like Paul Foster or Alex Marshall, Robert Paxton, all these top players, Nikki Brett, get them in the first round.
Yeah.
You really don't want to get them in the second or third because they're in the groove by then. That's not going to help us next one. Might be tempted to attack the head with the next ball. And it's interesting for John because this direction, the last time he banged 2 balls on the jack, on the forehand, but he went back to the backhand and dropped short. Now, Paul, will you draw the shot in the 4? Got to be tempted.
Slightly favour 3, Paul. It's close to the 3rd.
Well, certainly, I mean, Paul Foster's drawing ability, you'd think he'll just follow that.
Yep, you know, he's so good at drawing, but the way the head's sitting, it's tempting to have a little roller at it. Yep, he is. Just a little control shot. Goes inside, he's got his own balls to hit. Well, it's opened the door a little bit further, taking one out. Just the way the head was sitting, you know, he tempted even to clean the 2 front ones. Chance here for John to add another, put the pressure on.
He's got the line, how's the weight? Around he comes.
Paul go back to the draw now. Struggling for weight, this one.
It's nowhere near where it should be.
It's costly. He knew out of the hand, he wasn't happy. Body language, what we could see from the commentary box, was saying that he wasn't there. So, second half of this first set's going to be fairly interesting.
Well, this is a chance here for John Fleming to take the lead.
Notice there Paul Foster standing right to the side of the rink, well out of the way, letting the umpire get on with it. Good etiquette. What you would expect, of course, from the 4 times world champion, but it's always good to see that the guys, the top guys, you know, really know what to do. They know to leave the umpire to it, let him get on with it.
John Fleming.
Both players are doing exactly that.
Well, 5 shots and 2 ends, and suddenly set number 1 is a different complexion. Paul Foster, that loose ball certainly cost him. You would have expected him to beat the 3rd shot without doubt.
Yeah, the 3rd shot was, for Paul, would have been thinking 2nd or 1st shot, but 3rd shot to me was a given he would beat it. But after the running ball, moved hand, just missed the weight. So 3 ends to go. And Fleming finding his drawing the last few ends. A few people up in the players' lounge at the moment. Side bets going on. Who's going to win the first set?
Well, it is tight. The question is, how hard is it to beat Paul Foster in the first round of the Scottish International Open? I can tell you it's not been done in the last 10 years. He's a perfect 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that's the nature of Paul. As we're saying, he very rarely plays a poor game in the first round. Just doesn't happen. So I'm not a gambling man, but I might put a little jelly baby on him here. to win the first one, if we had any, of course.
Early in the week yet.
No jelly babies yet.
Round he comes, in he comes, and on he goes.
And that's perfect.
One red.
Up to the forehand for John Fleming.
I'm just not going to reach this. Perfect line. Well, Paul knows any rock on that red ball, it will fall away, so probably needs one just behind it.
If he was searching for shots, there'd be different tactics, but let's just, from his point of view, be thinking, I'll take the one, I'll get level.
Yeah, 7th end, 9 end set. Yeah, it's important if you're behind at this stage that you win this end. Otherwise you end up having to chase the set in the last 2 ends. Yeah, that's good. That gives him an option as well. It's like Tiger Bowl, big bending bowl, that same model of Paul Foster used for so many years and very successfully. Has he pushed too much? If Paul was going chasing shots here, he would look at that backhand. He'll have a look at it anyway.
He's going to look at bowl on bowl here, I think.
What he's looking at is getting into that. Now if he gets into that, he can actually punch the green ball out if he gets it half ball and stay himself and make it 3. But
Time out call.
I'm not convinced about it, to be absolutely honest with you.
Take
You know, it's yeah, if he didn't like it,
one
take
shot.
on.
Paul Foster.
I think that's very sensible of Paul Foster. He looked at it long and hard and decided no.
We'll just double check whether he actually called a timeout there or not. I think he may have done.
Well, I'm assuming he did, because to draw another shot would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was either the backhand risky one to get another shot out of it, or walk away. So I'm pretty certain he would have walked away on that one. Of course, we didn't hear the bell going off, so
No. So the timeout was called just to take that extra few seconds. Actually, it will be interesting that if the players go past the 30 seconds, there is a bell, but last year I think the first time we heard it gave us a bit of a fright.
it's all a bit of mixed feelings about it for the players, and I played under it myself, and it's not easy with that clock just ticking away with every ball. There's another dimension to televised bowls. It's will never be introduced in mainstream play because they haven't got the facilities for it. In terms of manpower to operate it, we rely very heavily on the umpires to negate slow play.
Short again.
Oh, now this is trouble.
We dropped the jack length slightly.
Yeah, we've been playing 28 metres, but I think I understand that in this direction he's been losing shots, so that's probably why he adjusted. I thought he might have gone very short. Not to follow that one.
Yeah, the backhand is messy.
struggling. Oh dear.
2 green.
Real trouble now for Paul Foster. There's number 3 against the jack length. And fuzzy.
3 green.
Well, 4-time world champion has been in many a pickle. You certainly wouldn't bet against him.
Oh, he just usually gets out of so much trouble with his drawing. Will this get back in time? That's the question. Will it get back? There it comes. Drop back for shot. Well, so much like Fuzzy to do that, really is. And John will be looking down the backhand with this next ball.
Well, that's why he is one of the best in the world.
Now what he's looking at is getting onto that ball. Now if he gets onto that ball and gets it absolutely plumb, he takes the red ball out, punch it hard. Even if he takes 1 or 2 of his own out, it doesn't matter. But that's a direct shot through between the two.
So John called the timeout just to give him that little bit of extra time.
Control the weight. That's better. That's nice pace. Will it hold?
Front red one.
Oh, he was a fraction. And only a fraction.
Paul Foster.
Well, typical Fuzzy.
Yep. But this is why you love the sport. Paul Foster in a whole heap of trouble. He was looking at potentially losing the set. Or, you know, might have got a draw out of it if he could then reply, but you know, you didn't want to lose a 3 there. That was perfect. In a great place as well. There was a little shot on.
No, he would have looked at the backhand. The angles weren't good. He could have taken the green ball and run through between the short green and the jack. Looked at that at the previous ball, but I think, you know, that's the sort of shot that gives you a lot of confidence.
John Fleming very much alive in this set. They will have advantage of the last ball. That looked lazy from the second it left his hand. Snap of the fingers in frustration.
Well, he's certainly greening the balls quite nicely. Coming out in a wide line. Strong bias on them. Be tempted now to change ball. Even a foot short and forehand would be an absolutely cracking ball.
Onto the forehand he goes. See the bend.
It's labouring a little bit. Yes, it's well, 6 inches narrower, he'd have been a lot happier.
Potential little catch here. But rule 1 is make sure you're up.
He's the wrong side of it. Put it into a good home, but
2 red.
as soon as he was on the outside of the red one, he was never going to get back in time. That extra weight.
Interesting choice for Paul Foster here. They have to guard against a potential trail, which could make it 2 green.
Well, it's either that or you block up the forehand by playing the perfect bowl. He's going for the try and tap his own bowl or get cover. Percentage shot, this one. 2 possibilities. He's not getting cover though. Well, chance here. Yard tighter, in off the bowl, pick up the jack for 2. The thing about this forehand is it will hold if you just give 3-4 feet of green. It will hold with the extra weight. You can really change his line dramatically if he's prepared. Well, that's probably half a metre inside his previous line. Yeah. Had to go even narrower.
2 shots, first set. Paul Foster.
Well, he had a chance, John Fleming. He had a chance to tie it up. He had a chance to win it. But Paul Foster in the end comes through with the final 3 ends. Comes from 7-6 down to lead 10-7 and to take the opening set. Good set.
Good set. Opportunities. Paul Foster had to play the big bowl. No doubt about that, with a count against him, and he played it very well. And John missed the chance on the runner and missed the chance again. So he had a couple of chances to really take this set, and that's a rare occurrence against Paul Foster. And Fuzzy knows he's going to have to move up a gear.
John Fleming plays indoor at Inverclyde. He's outdoor at Wellington Park. He won the qualifier in Belfast. He unsurprisingly lists his favourite green as Belfast indoor bowling.
Yes, that'll be the bottom green of the 2, as we call it. Drops down about 6 feet to the bottom green, and original green is a little bit slower.
A little bit of promotion due to fall down.
1 green.
Just needs to run a little bit. Yeah. Always look a little bit under. Next one won't be short. Just needs to get it. Oh, he's just got the outside of it. Unlucky. The other side of the red would have given him another shot and cover. Paul Foster will be looking to drag this jack back. These are always the harder shots to play when you've got new bowls. Well, he's setting it up. Still looking for that red ball. It's a big drawing ball. Is he given a time? Too much weight. Well, it's useful, and Paul Foster's looking to see now if he can get to his own ball, punch the green one out. There, he's looking at it, and it missed the jack. If it doesn't miss the jack, then he's no better off, because it'll go on the respot position. And I think, you know, the trouble is for him, if he gets the edge of the jack and it goes over to there, it's not really ideal. But what he's looking at is to get into this position and punch the red ball onto green and hope that it doesn't touch the jack on the way through. If not, he can still play the trail and turn the jack around the corner for 2 shots.
So timeout used by Paul Foster.
Just going for the little trail, the angle mustn't have been just right for him. No security that I was going to miss the jack.
1 shot, John Fleming.
So the opening of the second set goes to John Fleming. Very interested spectator on the gallery. He's the man who will play the winner of this tie. Mark Royal is with Dougie Vipont.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Paul. Yes, Mark Royal is watching this, very interested indeed, and unusually for Paul Foster, a bit of a loose end there for him.
That's right. Yeah, he's been on a lot of short woods, and I think certainly on the 8th end of the first set, he got away and bowled a fantastic last bowl. I think otherwise he'd lost that set.
It's amazing, isn't he? Because even though he's playing, you know, he's not playing brilliantly at times. You know, he's a wee bit loose now and again. He always has the ability to play the big bowl, but you know, John's got his nose in front in this set.
That's right. Yeah, John seems a confident young man, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he wins this set to force a tie break.
I guess I mean, this format's so fantastic, isn't it? Because if it goes to the tie break, it's always very interesting. But I mean, Paul Foster has been over the course for so many times, 4 world titles. I mean, would you put your money on Foster to close this match out?
Oh, certainly, yeah. He's got so much experience, and he just bowls the big bowls really well, and he's a very hard man to beat.
Who would you rather play?
I don't mind really. I've got to concentrate on my own form. I'm playing really well, so I'm confident whoever I play.
Top man, Mark. Thanks very much indeed.
Cheers.
A good lesson in diplomacy there from Mark Royal. On the rink, there was a mistake by John Fleming. Popped the jack in the ditch. So it is now going to be Paul Foster's jack. He's played it slightly shorter, but doesn't seem to affect John Fleming.
Yes, I think
Last ball, 12 inches.
Mark Royal was, as you say, being very diplomatic, but I know he'd rather play John Fleming. The only thing is, if John Fleming was to get through this match, he'd be going into the next one with massive confidence. So, you know, that's dangerous as well, but you have to go with the experience of Paul Foster, and I don't care what anybody says. You don't want to play fuzzy.
No, if I was John Fleming and I beat Paul Foster, I'd retire.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that.
I've made my point.
Never play again.
Yeah, I virtually did that actually a lot of years ago.
Never play again.
Well, I tried.
And to those gentlemen from Trinity Bowling Club in Edinburgh who are chortling at the very fact that I'd be on a rink with Paul Foster. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, good ball. Going to open up the shoulder just a little bit.
Again, these are the shots you just expect Paul Foster to make.
Yeah, it doesn't look right for this. Sure, it must be the weight because the line looks okay. He's coming in centre rink. Yeah.
Dropped it short. He's had a lot of short balls.
He has, and he's very hard on himself, Paul Foster, but it's one of those games where if you're not 100% and you do get through it, you've got a bit of work to do, and that's what you get practice time to be able to go and do that. But John Fleming is very much in this match. Missed a chance there to turn the jack back for 3 or 4. Wouldn't be at all surprised if Paul Foster draws this.
Yeah, the miss with the third, but John Fleming knows he's left a great opportunity for his opponent. Well, it's a firmer shot. He decided to go with a little runner and he's pulled it.
I did see the runner, but I didn't think it played because the jack looks as if it was going to come back, and A little bit surprised at that. Just looked like that plant was coming into the 2 balls, but a nibble of the jack at the same time, and it wasn't going to go Fuzzy's way.
Did he think it was just the one? Paul Foster, so he just...
He's good eye on his head, Paul, you know, but just sort of speculative shot, really. You know.
One shot, John Fleming.
Well, no big damage done for Paul Foster, but a really good start to the second set for John Fleming. Been very steady.
Well, I've watched this young man through qualifying in my own club at Belfast, and you know, we know he's a good player. He likes coming over there. The guys make a bit of a sort of long weekend out of it.
Impressive in the final against Mark McPeak. It was tight, 6-3, 6-4.
Yes, Mark's another player, focuses very much on the singles game. International lead. Played lead for me for many years. Certainly looks better.
One green.
Well, he had to wait to get there. Not enough to turn the bowl over, obviously, but certainly had enough weight to get to the jag. It's impressive here with John. If he can put 2 or 3 really good ends together, he could give Fuzzy a lot of trouble in the second set. He was trouble enough in the first one. Tough crowd out there. Ball dropped 14 inches short, not a murmur. Expectations are high.
We have high standards in Perth.
Paul even closer, not a murmur either, so there you go.
Foot at the ankle, very front of the mat.
Certainly reaching with this one. Going deep deliberately, thinking that Paul might attack this, but I don't think Paul will fancy it too much. Possible to take all 3 red balls out, just the way they're sitting. The angles just aren't right for this. Just have to try and draw it. He's going to the well yet again, looking for a big bowl. Has he found it? Looks good.
A little touch to take it was needed.
Got the touch, but not enough.
One shot, John Fleming.
Needed either a slightly harder touch to take it to the red or to take it with him. Yep. Sometimes it happens that way. 3 singles for John Fleming.
That's the way you want to keep it nice and
Here's
close.
another John. There's John Price, the new Scotland coach, having been with us in the commentary box for the Commonwealth Games. He's finally been let loose in a coaching role.
Yes, and that's his wife Anne with him, just to make sure everybody knows. And I notice he's taken down a few notes there.
Well, the one thing for John Price is the talent pool that he's got is incredible.
Yes, and especially on the men's side, where the Commonwealth Games was just electric for them. They're picking up gold medals for fun. I think he's got a bit more work to do on the other side of things, and he knows that. But the players are up for it. They had David Gurley coaching them before. Now they've got John Price. Can't get much better than those two. So the investment of money into Scottish bowls is phenomenal.
David Gurley guiding the Scottish team to success in the Commonwealth Games, then won the Scottish Coach of the Year award. Richly deserved.
Yes, it's, he had coaches with him, of course, but he was the performance manager effectively.
That's well played, John Fleming.
1 green.
Good reply to that. Now, Paul, you're going to get back down just a slight touch in the jack. You don't want to be running it too hard. Whoa. Still looks okay, Paul. Anyway, under pressure, Paul, where you would normally see a little bit, he starts to get a bit colour up and stuff like that. So he still looks very calm, very collected.
One green.
Well, Paul Foster has that wonderful ability just to let the previous ball go mentally if it's not been what he wanted, to start all over again.
No, has he corrected too much? No, he has, and John Fleming's in with another chance here. Paul not worry about singles at the moment. He's probably still okay to get to 4, even at a real push, 5-0 down, as long as he's got the ends left to get back. You know, last set he scored the last 3 ends. He won't want to face 6-0. He really won't want to face that, because you just start to run out of ends.
He's trying to push it up.
Well, chance for Paul. Turn the jack round the corner for 2, maybe 3 shots. Difficult shot to play, because he has to give it enough green to get around the short green balls, but still not have too much weight on it. Just wants to tickle the jack round. He can't afford to go hunting for it. Now he's given it a chance, needs an edge. Well, got the edge, and that's the way it is. He knew he wasn't far away.
1 shot, Paul Foster.
Clean run. He definitely would have got the shot, but the edge makes sure of it.
And what a difference it does make. Just looking at 4-0 down, 3-1, much more palatable. But to be fair, I mean, John Fleming would have known that Paul was in the general area and that was a possibility.
He got a fairly heavy contact on it, but 2 yards out, Paul would have been thinking to himself, I'm a bit narrow. So a little acknowledgement there to John, and you expect that from Paul, and that's what happened. But wasn't much in it. It's whenever you get an edge like that and the guys come running down, arms up in the air and cheering. And seen that recently in a match, and I just thought to myself, no, not good.
Well, the other thing that annoys me in bowls is the handshake culture for average shots.
Yes.
That really has to be addressed.
Or not even average shots sometimes.
Well, I'm all for teamwork, I'm all for encouraging your teammates, but yeah, handshakes and hands in the air for exceptional, not for the average.
Something special. Well, Aussie moving on to the forehand early, and he's played it well. Yeah. That's the way he started the first set.
Well, he doesn't like it. That play means it'll be about an inch away.
I think this one's a bit heavier. Not much though. Well, it's not even heavier. It was wide actually.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, he knew something was wrong.
3 red.
Still drew a shot, although he'll know that it's beatable out there.
It's not only that, but the angle's good to come off as well. So can use it as a shoulder. Doesn't need it. Just come in right behind. Oh, it's a great ball. That really is a super shot. Might still be 1 to red. Ball's having a good look at it.
Yours. Yours. Don't get too close.
Being cautioned not to go too close in case the ball moves. Now that looks like it's touching green but not touching red. What a great ball from John Fleming.
Absolutely, and Paul's a little runner in the backhand. Gives me the impression he thinks it's against him. He gets the outside edge of his bowl. It's what he's after. Yeah, that would have pushed it out. And if it's 1 to green, then you walk away.
1 shot, John Fleming.
Yep, definitely walk away on that one. Well, a big
4-1.
recovery ball needed.
Well, what's been interesting in this game, David, it's not always the player who's played the best bowls at the end that's winning the end. What we've seen quite a lot is one good bowl from your opponent is enough to secure the shot.
Yeah, so it's quite often it's the last ball or the third one. But just almost get the impression that's 2 players feeling their way through this game a little bit, and it's just who's going to step up to the mark and put a couple of really good ends together. Obviously you can't look past Paul Foster when it comes to this, but at the same time this young man is showing no nerves whatsoever. He's been very happy out there, looks very content on the portable rink. Gives you a good idea just what the bend is like on these balls. They really have to punch them out wide. Generally accepted the portable rink is not a place for straight balls. Personally, I don't think any rink or green is a place for straight balls.
Couldn't agree more. To test playing against opponents who simply fling it down the middle. Oh, play, Paul Foster. Careful now.
1 red.
Well, the thing about straight balls are,
Gap
Paul,
on your ball is 2.5 inches.
can make a fairly
Balls
average
is 1
player
inch short
look
of
good.
gap height.
Yeah.
Because the margins of error involved. Now, that's not the manufacturer's fault. That's all to do with the master bowl and what's agreed on the bias and stuff. So it can be knocked out and can be knocked on the head, but it would take it a long time. Manufacturers, all they do is respond to demand, and the demand is still there for them.
That's why you like to see club rinks particularly prepared to take the swing.
Now, bit of work to do with this one, Paul. Going for the cover, I think. Here it comes. Yep, green ball onto Jack. That'll certainly be a receiver. Ball on the ball, that's a different matter, but it's a risky shot. You can flick your own out. A definite shot available here for John Fleming. I think if I was going to play this, I'd be tempted on the backhand, funny enough.
Timeout called.
So by coming away from the green ball, you're almost guaranteeing that it'll stay into the red. The forehand, you can flick off it.
Going with that forehand. Well, he's turned his back on it.
Must be narrow. Because it's, yeah, it is. Well, he didn't have the weight either, so bit of both. Interesting last 3 ends in this set. Paul Foster's going to be probably 2 down. It's not easy to add another one there.
One shot, Paul Foster.
6 ends in the second set. 6 shots scored. Exceptionally tight at 4-2. Paul Foster, of course, just needs to tie the set to advance and avoid a tie break.
Both Alex Marshall and Paul Foster are working with the Aero Bowls now. Alex Marshall's employed by them, so it's not like he's got any choice, but I'm sure he's been well looked after. At the same time, you know, when the guys are going well, and even when they're not going so well, the bowls really don't come into it. You know, they'll have put a lot of work in with a new set of bowls and checked out different things so similar to their previous ones, so there'll be no excuses there, and nor should there be. I think that's just one of these hard fought first round matches. That's all. You have to grind it out.
Good game so far. A number of seeds have not made it through. David Gurley, John Price have both gone out. Number 16 seed Mark Dawes.
Well, 2 good bowls, a tempting target. Oh, this is good. Yeah. Look good all the way.
It's a closer shot.
Play this just a little bit narrower, give it a little bit extra pace on it. Not much, just an arriving draw. Just enough to get to his own to punch them in or get down into the jack or the green one. Split on the inside would be perfect. Solid jack, that'll do.
One and a measure, red.
Slightly off centre, the line changes just that little bit. And working through.
Couple, and they're close enough to be difficult to beat.
Just looking to take the weight off from his last one.
Still chucking through. Perfect line.
Both the bowls were a good line. His third and his fourth. But the weight just
Two shots,
deserted him
Paul
there.
Foster.
Well, the battle of the Scots in the opening round. Paul Foster with the opening set. John Fleming watching as his lead has evaporated in the second set.
So sometimes the ball, as you see there with Paul's ball dropping in, is just far enough away to tempt the opposition into trying to draw it off. Any closer, he probably would have had a go at it. So, with weight.
Mat up slightly. Jack length on the top of the tee at 27 metres.
There's been a bit of monkeying around with the mat and the jack in this match, and both players trying to find the length that suits them. There's been some very good bowling, I have to say. It really has been some good stuff, and I suppose if you're going to be really harsh, you could say there's been a lot of short bowls and a bit of inconsistency, but this is the first round. It does take time.
18 inches. 18.
Well, if Paul Foster does see this one out, John Fleming will know that there were chances along the way. He's still very much in this for now. Although when your opponent's doing this,
2 inches short of jack high. The gap on the ball. 2 inches.
just at that awkward angle, David, that if you get a rest on it, you're probably not going to get much out of it, so he has to go on the other side.
Yeah, but he really needs second shot. He wants to be going into the last end at the absolute worst, one down. Doesn't want to be any more than that because he'll have to chase the end a little bit.
One red.
There's a shot here for Paul Foster.
Paul knows if he turns the jack round the corner for 3, well, that's going to be very difficult to get out of. Certainly looks like a decent line. Don't know if he's pushed it though. No. Still come around it. Going for the runner, try and open something up.
It's a brave shot.
Well, the only danger of that was if he got into his green ball at that angle, he would have winged it out, 3 down and 1 ball to come. So I think I'd have been inclined to draw that and even try and get second. Wasn't that far away with his previous bowl. So if you got second, you've always got a chance of picking up a double in the last end. A bit of movement, just go again.
It's a big ball if Paul Foster can pick up a 2 here.
Well, he certainly didn't allow it to annoy him, that little bit of movement, did he? Brilliant ball.
Super.
Touch of the jacket and it would have been absolutely perfect because he would have made the 3.
2 red.
Just resetted himself. And this was great. In it comes. See there, the marker just checking to see if it touched the jack.
He's going again, can't afford to get his own ball.
Well, that is with pace, that is with power, and that rewards nothing in the end.
Can't blame him really, very, very hard to beat those 2 balls. He knew that himself. Take the 2 out, I think that's probably all.
2 shots, Paul Foster.
Yep, 2 it is. Again, Fuzzy's put in a good, strong second half in the set. Well, he's dipped into that well of good balls. Plucked a few out.
And he's looking like he will be Mark Royal's opponent in the next round. John Fleming needs a 3. He has scored 1-3 in the match to date. Paul Foster dropping short, John Fleming taking advantage. And no such error from Paul Foster here.
It's close, Paul. Very close.
Paul Foster had 2 choices. He could follow his own, or he could have changed hand and rested on the green ball.
He's just trying to get balls in the head. You know, it's normal just to try and raise his own ball, drop off it. A few inches heavy. But
Good effort, and it comes.
yeah, it's a little bit unlucky there because he's turned the jack towards the red ball. It's only the 1. Paul Foster got loads of timeouts, so he might as well use them. Don't think he'll do anything different here other than try and draw this because he can afford to lose 2 shots.
Would you draw on the other hand because you can't be taken out on both? You don't want to leave yourself a third
Ball
red
3 timeouts
potentially to be
remaining.
taken out.
Well, he's played the forehand so well.
Certainly the forehand.
You know, if he rests the ball either side, doesn't really matter. He gets a closer one. That's really all he's trying to do. Close the head down. He's turned his back a little bit on that. He must think he's heavy.
Well, the
Line.
forehand was certainly in his mind, but he's stuck there.
Just a blade. He knew that out of the hand.
Yeah.
Just a blade. That was all.
Now then, you need a 3. Do you go for the takeout with this ball?
Just draw it. Just draw it. Let me draw it in the backhand though. Just draw onto the red ball. That's all he wants to do. Do well to get back from there. The weight, yeah, he's too heavy. He was trying to reach them, but at the same time he didn't want to be that pace. He just wanted to rest them off with a draw. Set the double, give himself a chance with his last ball. Nothing on the respot, so that's what he's looking at. No joy in the respot position.
Foster.
Well, he's looking to get to this in the forehand. I'm sure he's got the weight for the bowl. He's coming in for a close second.
Confess that's the shot I thought he would have played last time round.
He was probably looking for the green one with that, but he knew himself that any touch on the green ball or any touch on the jack was more than good enough.
Timeout call.
I think
John has 2 timeouts remaining.
You know, paddles and rivers and all sorts of things come to mind here, but I don't think he's got a shot on. I really don't. To create 3 shots out of this, that last ball of Paul Foster's has more or less killed it off. Something before that, but I think my jelly baby is safe. It really is. That is that imaginary jelly baby, of course. That I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, John Fleming on his first trip to the Scottish International Open has put up a terrific fight.
One shot for Fleming, second set and the match. Paul Foster
survives against the 19-year-old Scot. He gave it his all, John Fleming. He led in the first set, he led in the second set, but couldn't find a way to close them out. And Paul Foster gets himself safely into round 2 of the Scottish International Open.
Will prove very quickly and very easily. Paul Foster was just that little bit better than John Fleming. Not much, I have to say. Total shots scored, only 4, ends 1, only a couple. But it was a very good game. I think Paul Foster would be delighted to get through that. He knew it was going to be tough. A very good performance by John Fleming to push the world number 2 all the way. And to be truthful with you, that's the sort of game you need in the first round. So it's not an easy one. It's one that you just want to get through and get better and better. And Paul Foster will do exactly that.
Yes, the 4-time world champion Paul Foster through to the second round. But Paul Foster, you had to work for that this afternoon, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew that before the game started, Dougie, and to be honest, I didn't play awfully well. I gave John chances. John probably played the better game than I did, and I played massive balls when I needed to, but obviously I just kept dropping them short. I spoke to Greg before the match and he said it was getting pushy, and he wasn't wrong. You're rolling up the half hour before your game and everything's good, and the match starts and the pace changes. I should have known that from the amount of times I've run the portable rink, but it gets frustrating. You think you're good and you're pulling up that 2 feet short all the time.
John, it's never easy when you're in the first round against a 4-time world champion, you know, in the singles, and you didn't seem overawed by playing against a guy of this quality, though.
No, I knew before I came in playing Paul. Paul's been here 10 times before. It's my first time, just trying to settle in as quickly as I could. But towards the end of the first set, I struggled a wee bit in my weight, same as Paul, a wee bit pushy. Finishing a yard short made me struggle a wee bit. But
so Yeah, wasn't doing too badly at all, though. You're putting pressure on this guy here, and I have to say, it's like you seem to be watching your face. You didn't seem to be happy during a lot of that. I mean, you were looking a wee bit frustrated from time to time, which was giving John a chance to put the pressure on you.
Yeah, the frustration was because you think you're good and you're dropping that 2 feet short, then you push it. No, you're better this time. It runs that 3 feet through, and as I say, it's not a very good day at the office, but a win's a win. As I said, I gave John plenty of opportunities, and John gave me opportunities. So it was a bit. Some good ends and some scrappy ends, but as I say, it's not easy out there. But as I say, just go over the winning line. That's the main point.
Absolutely is the main point, but we're going to look at a little bit of the highlights of the match from your point of view and yours as well, John. And I think the first set, 8th end, a big ball from you, your 4th ball to just hold on really, and put the pressure on.
Yeah, after going 6-2 up, I was in control of the first set. Then John came back at me and got a 2 and a 3, and I was just hanging in. And I said to myself, I fail here, the set's away. It was a massive ball to go in behind the jack as well, which covered it. As I say, it's big balls that wins matches, and once again, I had to pull a few out today.
You certainly did, and I suppose that's quite hard for you to stand watching it there. It was probably equally hard for you, John, to be standing at the end and watching that ball come down, because you know that his line and length under that kind of pressure is very good. But you had some great shots as well, second end 5 in particular. This is, I think, your 3rd ball to put the pressure on this guy.
Yeah, first 2 I dropped a yard short, so I know I had to bend my 3rd to give myself a chance. Luckily enough, I just touched the jack and stayed with it. Ended the shot.
It was a great shot.
I thought I actually gave the shot. I thought I was still 1 down, but when I went up, the umpires said to me, "You're lying." I said, "I think so."
And what did you think?
I hope not. But no, clear. That was a fantastic shot under that pressure. If John fails there, I'm drawn for 4. And as I say, but that's why the guy's here. He's qualified here. He's here in merit, as I said in my interview. And to play balls like that, then obviously good luck to the guy.
Big shots win matches, you said, and I think the 8th end of the second set was a big ball from you, your 4th ball, and again another one to put the pressure on this guy.
Yeah, it was. I was disappointed by my 3rd ball. I'm trying to touch the jack around the corner and actually got up 2 feet short, but my last one had to make sure it count. Touching the jack's a bonus, and obviously I just had to hope John missed his runner, and fortunate for me he did. It wasn't too far away, to be honest.
Yeah, it was very fine indeed. So we now know that you'll play Mark Royal in the next round, in the second round, a guy that you know very well, a guy who's playing great bowls as well.
Yes, Mark's a class player. He's proved that in many years. He comes to these tournaments, he just draws away. And there's times you think he's going to hit the head, and he just draws himself out of trouble. I know I've got to step up the gears now. But I've always said, I'm not making excuses. If you ask all the top players, the first game in the sport rink's so difficult, so hard. Because you get that 10 points, you relax into the tournament. As I say, but I look forward to the game against Mark. I've seen his game against Robert, and he played very well. But I know what our capabilities are, and there's room for improvement. I know that.
Okay, well, listen, commiserations to you today, John. A great performance here in Perth, but Paul Foster, four-time world champion, is through to the second round. Well, next up on the rink here at the Dewar Centre in Perth, it's defending champion Nikki Brett. Well, since Nikki won here a couple of years back, his success has become stratospheric. He became the first man to retain the Scottish title, then months later took the International Open title with an unbelievable display of quality bowls.
And it's all just a little bit of history repeating.
I'd rather be defending champion than never won it. Someone is always going to beat the defending champion at some point. But I'm just trying to carry the run on as long as I can. The emotion of losing was, massively disappointing. Paul thoroughly deserved the win. He dominated the final. It was like getting hit by a bus, really. He played really well. The following year, I went away, came back. I knew what happened the year before, so I knew it was going to be massively difficult. But I managed to hang in until the end. Play a couple of good ones, maybe got a good result with the last one.
Nikki Brett, he's given her a chance. Oh, yes! Unbelievable!
And, I won my first tournament, which is, unbelievable for me. I've been in the rankings not many years. All of a sudden, you've won your first tournament. You've got the monkey off your back, if you like. And retain it, and again play Paul in the final. A few good bowls here and there, again, one of those finals that was probably a little bit more closely fought, and just managed to again find a couple of good ones, and it's like when it's meant to be, it's meant to be. No one's ever retained it. Someone was going to. I was the lucky one.
And it's all just a little bit of history repeating.
Records will tell you that it's difficult for the same person to win an event 2 years back. Even one of the events a year, it's difficult for the same person to win one each year, so let alone win the same event 3 times. So someone is eventually going to put me out. I just hope it's later on in the tournament rather than early on.
Yes, Nikki Brett winning here last year and the year before, head over heels with that as well. He went on to win the International Open last year, and he's currently world number 1. This afternoon, he's going to face Robert Elmore. Well, it's never easy playing your friends, especially if that friend is in your form of his life, and that's the task facing Robert Elmore this afternoon. The City of Ely bowler has competed against and played alongside Nikki Brett, and knows if he's to win today, accuracy and execution will be key.
When the draw came out and I got Nick, I thought, well, at least I know how he plays. I know he's a brilliant player. He's defending champion, world number 1. So it can't get a lot harder than that. But I'm just going to go out there today and do my best and hopefully maybe make it over the line. From a young age, I've always wanted to play on this, the famous blue carpet, and be part of the World Bowls Tour and trying to qualify each year. You just one day think it's never going to happen, but obviously this year it has happened. That's just the next stage of winning one, but let's just get over the first line to begin with.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to our next 2 bowlers here at the Jurors Centre this afternoon. Former English national and British Isles triples champion, Robert Elmore. And facing Robert this afternoon, current Scottish International Open champion and world number 1, Nikki Brett. Yes, 2 great friends on the rink, 2 great friends in the commentary box as well, David Kirkhill and Paul Mitchell.
Well, what a match this could be. Nikki Brett knows Robert Elmore very well. Nikki Brett was telling me it took 10 years before he played his friend from his club, Greg Harlow, in the portable rink. First time up for Robert Elmore, who pops out the draw, but Nikki Brett. They know each other so well, they know each other's games so well.
Yes, but I think it's all going to be down to who settles in. And whenever you've got a new player into the portable rink ball, you just don't know. It's either going to go one way or the other. If he doesn't settle, Nicky will just blow him away. But if he settles, Nicky knows that he's a very good player.
This has got the makings of a very good game. So the long jack length, as he's dropped his opening ball short. Well, Nikki Brett, here's a man who's forgotten what it's like to lose in Perth. Start as you mean to go on.
2 red.
Same ball as his second. Looked a bit higher in line. Didn't have the weight
Yes,
to come
2 red.
back down. So 2 shots against.
We're certainly sitting at an angle to take the 2 balls out. He's coming underneath, needs a little bit of help off his own ball.
Well, he's got room. Well, he had room and he just drew himself through.
2 shots, Nick Brett.
Well, the 2 to open up, but that could have been so much worse for Robert Elmore.
Totally different deliveries, these guys. It's very static delivery by Robert. It's really all arm movement. Nicky, it's all body movement. There's a delivery and then the body comes flowing through.
There's a big chance here for Robert Elmore to get this one in. Start to feel a little bit better.
Yes, nice delivery, Robert. There he's certainly looks like it's ideal for the indoor surface.
Just leaving too much room for Nikki Brett to draw into. And although it was a decent second ball from Robert, he would have known it had to be just that little bit closer.
Just another chance now for Nicky to drop in. Rangefinders, first couple. Last 2, pretty good. Doesn't want to fall on the jack though. Nope, left it there. Worth a little runner at this, but he's certainly down on a narrowish line. in the area. Good effort. Very good effort.
A little bit unlucky, just fell the wrong way for him. They fancy it's 2
shots,
minutes.
Nick Brett.
All the good friends off the rink. And they both realised that that was a 2. So no need for any additional measurement. Nikki Brett was seeded 16 when he played here in 2012. 2013 he was seeded 8 when he won it. And he's won again this year. So the top seeds has opened up in a really good form.
One red.
Well, it was a good effort. Sliding in number 2. A little touch off the red would have been probably beneficial. Nikki fancies this one. Walking up after the ball. Needs to get to the other end pretty quickly.
Two red.
He fancied that one all the way. So Robert Elmore.
He's getting sucked into that hard shot, Paul.
You could see it.
Yeah.
Off the mat, off he went, and just tried to play that little runner.
And it's a lovely little shot to play at club bowl level, and even to play at a higher level, international level, on a normal club green. But on the portable rink, that you're just going to get slaughtered with that particular choice of shot. See what he was after. Bowl first, then the jack, pop it back for 2, and he would probably do that in his own club 8 times out of 10. There's the cover bowl in now from Nick, so he's line 2, got a cover bowl in, and can't ask for much better than that. He can still play the same shot, but I just think he has to be a little bit more courageous with it.
Trying to draw in from this one.
Probably a better decision, actually.
Got the chance, takes it with him, well played.
Very well played. Much better shot than trying that little runner.
One shot, Robert Elmore.
Well, you always want to get on the card as early as possible. Judged that perfectly, and he came. You always want to get that first shot in your pocket In one of the matches at the weekend, Alex Marshall took care of the Israeli qualifier, Shalom Ben Ami, 16-0, 13-0.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a harsh one, that one. Shalom played very well, actually, in the International Open, and was very pleased with the way he played his bowls, and he wasn't far away from winning in that first round. But that was on the normal green at Newton Hall in Blackpool, whereas the portable rink, well, let's just say it's somewhat more difficult. Better, but difficult.
Played well in the warm-up ends too, Shalom Ben Ami. Just couldn't replicate anywhere near that form in the game.
Oh, short ball. Nick will make the adjustment, and once again Robert will be facing a double against.
Two red.
Forehand almost paying off.
Yeah.
Falling the wrong side.
Two red.
Again, he's going to be facing 2, maybe 3 shots down going into the last bowl, and you really can't afford to be facing that too often. It just wears you down. It's good enough. Still a bit of space though. I would expect him to get close with this one.
3 red.
Nick knows that's just not close enough to create a problem. There's the problem. Well, how often do you go to the well and suddenly it's dry? And it's going to be a very, very easy count for Nick Brett. 4-1 up already.
Off the backhand, just looking to come round. There's lots of space available. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be good enough. That's the pick of the bunch.
4 shots, Nick Brett.
Well, that was altogether too easy, that 4.
Well, his round 1 match last year against Rob Ashton in New Zealand, he took a 4 in both sets, and there's a very easy 4. And I say easy from the point of view you didn't have to work hard in terms of creating anything, just good drawing balls. Doing just enough.
26.5
Well, these two are good friends, they've played in the same ranks together. Play regularly together.
There's not a lot of discussion going on though.
No, I was just about to remark on that. I mean, Nikki Brett, you're professional. It's a professional sport. You don't want to put your opponent at ease, no matter who they are. It's up to Robert to find his own way. That's the best opening ball he's had.
Yes, there are some players who like to have a chat during a match, but the vast majority are prefer just to get on with the job.
On green.
Thing is, Nick will know that he won't get another 4 probably like that again in the first set, and that was the one bad end that Robert has really suffered. He'll come back at Nick, I would expect, over the next couple of ends, start putting a few balls in a lot closer. Might be tempting here, maybe just to try and look at this on the forehand. Yeah, he's so quick, he really is. Looking for a turn of the jack. A little edge would help. Oh, no. Dropped in for another good second.
One green.
So confirmed 1 green, so must be a bit of a distance in it if it was that quick.
Off the backhand, would like to rest the red ball away.
Well done. Really good ball. And once again, Nicky wasting no time, looking for that inside runner. He's narrowed it down a lot. No, that's... No, Nick. You know that is such a hard shot. Over the weight inside. Robert tried it earlier in the match and got punished heavily.
Played it beautifully last time.
A bit more tentative, can't blame him.
If you're going to put your money on that,
Two
one,
shots,
you would have said
Robert
it would have
Elmore.
fallen slightly short. That's a good end from Robert Elmore. Keeps him in the set.
Length 27.5 meters.
You don't mean to be that short. That's for sure. Frustrating when you are, because you know your opponent's just going to come right past you.
So it's just too far away, that's all. I don't think Nick was happy with that first ball in terms of the way it came back, so he's moved on to the forehand. I have a feeling he let it go thinking it was a lot closer than 2.5 feet, so move to the other side, see if he can do better. He has.
One red.
Well, he's following him down that forehand. Just rests the wrong way.
form as a rangefinder.
2 red.
The forehand second one all over it. Once again, and a bit of bother. Played 2 great balls at last end. Scored a double, but he's facing a double against, and adjustment needed on the weight. He's not going to make it. Still going to be 2 down, and it's going to be a very easy 3. And well, it's a loose end. Didn't expect him to play another loose end in this direction for the last time. It should be 3 this time.
Three shots, Nick Brett.
Highly unlikely he was going to miss there. I must admit I'd written it in my scorecard before the ball finished. It's comfortable for Nick Brett, he doesn't mind either. Well, there's something about Perth that he now loves. He's in his 8th Scottish International Open. Out in the first round of 3 of the previous 7. He's won 2. Been in 3 finals.
26.5 metres.
And established himself as one of the top players. Lovely camera work as you see the ball coming in.
Immediate change. Nick, I'm surprised at that because any tap on his own ball was good. And he's made the shot anyway. Yes, Nick Brett changed his style a few years ago when he
2 red.
qualified to come through here again, and decided that he would just play the draw shots, the odd conversion shot, but not too early. His previous style was to go early with the second ball and the third ball, the little runners, and he got punished a few times. So he adapted his style, and my goodness me, it's paid off. Robert needs to hurry a little bit just to get to the jack. He just hasn't settled in, and
no.
You know, at the moment it's just too easy for Nick, really. He's not being put under any pressure to play the big balls to get out of trouble.
Here he comes again. Ooh, just ending it a little short. It's there.
Still looks like 3, but
3 red.
Yeah, it is indeed 3. Tricky to draw the shot. Might be tempted to have a little runner for this and try and get to the jack. Wouldn't do him any harm. The set's virtually gone. Just to loosen the arm up. Sticking to the draw.
Stay conservative.
I just think that sometimes you just have to let one go down the rink and
One shot per set to Nick Brett.
get the arm out. Set lie against anyway, so it didn't make any difference.
Well, that is enough. We don't need to play the next 2 ends of the sets. It was exceptionally comfortable. And Robert Elmore just has to let that one go now. It's gone. Comprehensive is the only description. that particular set.
Jack length, 28 metres.
Don't mean it to sound disrespectful, and hopefully it doesn't come across like this, but it's almost a training exercise at the moment for Nikki Brett. He's not under pressure, he's just being allowed to draw, he's not being asked any questions, and nobody will know that more than Robert Elmore. Robert Elmore, a great champion of the short mat game in the Doddington Club. He's with the family. Doddington were short mat English champions back in 2010. And that's a good opening to the second set.
Yes, it's another code of the game that's been introduced into the rest of the UK a few years ago, and been around in different formats. Big in Northern Ireland, massive there. Tens of thousands play it. It did in the past. It's narrowed down a lot now, like a lot of sports. But they've got a good tour. Playing their own wee championships, and it's very successful. Played a lot of them at my own club where they roll the mats down on top of the green, and well supported, very well supported. It's a good code. Trying again, just needs to get up over the seam. It's not
One
bad.
green. One green.
Needs the ball or the jack, or in this case both.
2 red.
Struggling, no doubt about that. It's just not happening for him. Robert Elmore, it's portable rink, as I was saying earlier, Paul. You know, you either embrace it and play well, put your opponent under at least a lot of pressure, or it just doesn't work for you the first time. You know, this second and third time, you certainly do a lot better. But at the moment, Nikki Brett's getting far too much of a free rein. That's another 3. You know,
It's a beautiful ball, and
3 red.
problems here for Robert Elmore. Well, he's always wanted to play on the portable rink, and sometimes be careful what you wish for, because this is an experience at the moment.
Timeout called.
if he gets it absolutely right, he might get the bounce of the jack back up the green again, or back up the rink. But to be truthful with you, this is not going to be easy to hit. And he has to play a runner at it. That's the difficulty on the portable. You just go inside so easily. You know, you miss your line by a couple of inches.
3 shots, Nikki Brett.
And it just makes it by a foot or more at the other end.
Robert has 4 timeouts remaining.
Well, he was pretty relentless in the first round last year, the defending champion. He beat Rob Ashton 14-3 and then 10-6. He's opened up with a 14-3 first set.
Length 28.5 metres.
Rob Ashton's been around the game for a long time, New Zealander. Having said that, coming from New Zealand, you know, it's pretty tough. English qualifiers, they're usually difficult enough to get over. They really are. It's just not happening at the moment.
Sometimes you play your opponent, sometimes you play yourself. Robert Elmore just be desperately just trying to get there or thereabouts with his opening ball.
Well, it's a missed chance by Nick.
Come on then, Robert. Gonna get in here.
Certainly looks better. And the weight's better. That's a big key to it.
One green.
Nikki Brett just plays so quickly, it's almost like he's got something in the oven at home.
Yeah, he's very, very fast. And of course, him and Paul Foster together makes the game very, very quick. But it's the end result that counts. Look at this.
One green. Nicky's bowl is 5 inches past jack high.
Just use the knees just to bend down, get his trailing leg knee in behind the front leg. It's very much a fast green type of delivery. Ooh, any touch on the red there, he's going to lose the shot. But he was too heavy.
If you're going to touch it, you have to get it square on.
Yeah.
Nikki Brett doesn't need any help today.
Has to be a little bit careful here. He's being very careful. I think that last ball
One
scared
shot,
him.
Robert Elmore.
Yeah, kept well away. Gets on the card in the second sets. So the second end goes the way of Robert Elmore. And Diggy Vipon's on the balcony. He's been joined by Andy Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Nikki Brett in absolutely scintillating form in this match against his old club mate. But Andy Thompson is watching this, and Andy, I mean, Nikki is just so confident. After winning here 2 years ago, he just seems to be in great form.
Oh, he certainly is. I mean, he's playing really well. I mean, it's always, as you know, as people say, the first round's hard. However, Nicky's shown that, you know, he's just come out with good form, and, you know, he's hard to beat, hard man to beat.
And Robert, very important to get a 1 there, just to kind of pull the reins, as it were, from Nicky's point of view.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's obviously stating the obvious, but he had to make sure that he scored in the first 2 ends. He scored here. He's probably going to have to score in the next couple of ends as well, just to get himself back into this game.
When Nick is in the form that he's in today, I mean, what can you possibly do to beat him? Is it just to try and unsettle him, just get 1s and 2s here and there, and just try and, you know, get the second set?
Well, I think so, yeah. I mean, some players would actually start, you know, playing more aggressive against him. I don't think Robert's an aggressive player, so Robert really has only got one tactic here, and that's to outdraw. And, you know, so that's the only way he's going to get back into this game, by outdrawing Nicky.
Can you see Nicky losing this one, though?
No, I've got to fancy Nicky for 2-0. I know I'm not Cork here thinks I sit on the fence, but I'm going to go for Nicky to win 2-0.
Thanks very much, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, he wasn't exactly going out on a limb, was he? Well, 14-3 and then 3-1 up in the second set. He's defending champion. He knows this green inside out. And suddenly Andy favours he's going to win this match. Goodness me.
He also had New Zealand to win the Rugby World Cup.
Well, my comment stands.
That's just the result he didn't want. Trying to anticipate where it might go if it's hit. As Andy Thompson mentioned, over at Elmore, not really the aggressive type of player.
No, he's not, and he's doing well this time. He's playing the right weight just to ease the ball. Unlucky, very unlucky, but you know, the heavy drive shot doesn't appear to be in the armoury.
1 red.
And the controlled weight shots are very difficult on the portable rink, so he's really restricted into the tactics he can use against Nick Brett. That's a good ball. That's a really good ball. I couldn't afford to have come much closer than that. Chance here. Ball on the jack, shake things up, come inside, take the red ball out. 2, maybe 3 shots available. Hard to play just over the weight.
Timeout call.
Important ball. Because if he misses this, Nick will take the 1, run away. Not bother with his last ball. See if this ball gets back in time. Forehand holds off with extra weight. Too much, just too much weight. Right shot to play though. Nick will walk away.
1 shot, Nikki Brett.
There's no way he was going to go near that.
Just about to deliver the jack there, and he realised he had a ball still up at the other end. Let's get that one down first. The ball rolls back, jack goes away, no problem. WBT markers and umpires know the rules very, very well, and they're always prepared to be a little bit flexible as well with the ball coming down the jacks delivered, just in case anyone's getting their rule book out, decides to email us. It does happen, but common sense prevails. It's in the flyleaf. Have a look.
It's always worthwhile applying just that tad of common sense. Certainly no argument from his opponents. Change of hand onto the backhand. Played it well.
1 green.
There's no weakness in Nicky's game, there's no doubt about that. He's the all-round player. He's got the running ball when he needs it. Super draw shot player. Doesn't really like playing against slow players, but the shot clock has stopped that anyway. So in many ways it's favoured players like himself and Paul Foster who really get on with the game in a quick way.
And from picking up his ball to getting rid of it, 6 seconds from Nicky Brett.
I know some people are 15-20 seconds on the mat with the ball. A wee touch might be just enough to make it.
Very close. A favour the back red for 1.
Very steady, considered delivery. Dropping short though, and Nick will be at this again. Trotting back, absolutely no problem. So much time he could play his 4 balls. Well, this is all about weight now, because the line looks very good. It's all about, well, he's got the weight right to pick the jack up. Oh, great effort. Great effort. Well, he's dropped the ball back in. It had to go away from the jack and then fall back in again. Not sure if he's done damage or not.
It's hard to tell. Dan Blewett having a look. Suspect it's 1 red.
Still in with a chance. Drop on the back ball. He's certainly given it a go with this one. Big chance with this. Oh, just the wrong side. And probably one of his best ends. You know, 3 good balls within a foot.
Nice settled down into the game. Don't think it's enough to get the shot. He'll take 1 out.
1 shot, Nick Brett.
Almost did damage.
Yes, moved it away, but then it dropped back in again. He thought he'd given the shot away.
Jack length 28 metres.
All along with Greg Harlow, Nikki Brett and Robert Elmore win the English indoor triples in 2013. When you play together, you learn what your opponent's game is all about. You know the strength of your teammates. Today, facing each other.
Nice easy delivery, Robert's got. Anything goes wrong with that delivery, it'll be easy to fix. And sometimes it can happen with people. Some players do go through a phase where they struggle getting the delivery absolutely right. Happened with Andy Thompson a lot of years ago. A bit of problems with his delivery, got it sorted, came back strong. He was going down the ranking list and got it fixed and came back very strong indeed. Won a world title after that.
Well, even for the club players who are watching, if you've got a qualified coach at your club, it's always worth half an hour of their time to have a look at your delivery and just see what you're doing.
Yes, coaches are very generous with their time that way. Don't be too generous though, because you could fix somebody and then they can go back and bite you by beating you in something.
1 green.
Happened to me a while ago, that. Fixed one of my international colleagues' delivery, and then semi-final or quarter-final of the Irish triples, they beat me and he was exceptional. Close for this. Just needs to get back.
1 red.
That's good enough. Struggled to make centre rink that ball.
Well, if Nikki Brett gets through his next practice, he'll be looking at that hand because he's preferred it, but it's not always had a good finish.
Oh, Robert. Oh, no. No, no, no. Don't drop in there. No real expression from him, but it'll be... No. I think he'll just be frustrated more than anything else. I think that's what Paul Foster was saying as well. Just more frustration than anything else, that's all. Dropping short when you think you're good. I think he's certainly making sure he was up with that one. And looks like 2 to red, but
2 red.
The way a lot of the players who play this ball would be to arrive at those 2, take the 2 of them out, you know, take the shot at the front green one and forget about it. But it's not Robert's game.
No, I mean, it's certainly the shot that's on.
You know, he'll be just trying to draw this. He'll have to make a correction on his weight. That's all. But rest the bowls or draw the jack.
Well played.
Yep. Played it well, got the single. Keeps him in touch.
Robert Elmore.
Well, I obviously felt it was time to stay true to his own game and not try and take the 2 balls out. So 4 ends to play. He trails by 3 shots in this second set.
28.5 meters.
As a good ender too, there's still a possibility of a tie-break.
Well, this man certainly needs to start getting his first 2 bowls going a bit better. When he's done that, certainly put Nick under a bit of pressure, but really the resistance has been not of a high enough pressure. That's all. Different ways to describe that, of course, but he's just feeling a bit frustrated at the moment. That normally he's better than this. Well, chance now. I'd like to see Nicky put under a bit of pressure and not having to play those difficult shots, Paul, just to see if he's really in form or whether he's literally going through the motions here in this match.
It's just had that little whiff of practice about it. Stuart Anderson of Scotland awaits the winner.
Different proposition there.
One red.
Just some clarification over the score of the first set. Nikki Brett was actually line 3 as he comes in there to lie 2, but he accepted the single as it meant nothing because he was still more than 8 shots ahead. So in terms of admin, it was just a single.
It'll be a
timeout call.
Timeout, yep. And Nicky's looking very good again. This is not an easy head to get out of against the roll of the jack as well. Oh, 2 balls out. Well, possibility. Oh, he's going for the draw now. This is difficult.
Oh, he's a drawing player.
Oh, he's played it. Oh, it's a brilliant ball. Brilliant ball. The restrictions in Armoury almost forced him into position to play a draw ball there, and it's one of the best he's played in the whole match.
1 green. Timeout call. Timeout call.
Timeout call by Nikki Brett. This is one of the few challenges he's had in terms of a little bit of thought.
That was massive, that ball, because it's forced him to play the runner. Coming down, looking for the jack.
Nikki
Edge the
Brett.
ball. Oh, well. Can't get much closer.
Robert has 2 timeouts. Nikki has 4 timeouts remaining.
Well, he was close here, wasn't he? Just found the gap. Sometimes you just find that hole.
Jack Lynn, 28.5 metres.
Three more singles. Be enough. We've seen it before.
Well, he's certainly there. He's not played well, but he's not been put away.
I think that's the best first ball he's played. So, 2 excellent deliveries back to back. Needs a few more. Try and sneak the second set. Well, there's it starting to happen now.
Six-inch gap. 5-inch.
Elmore line 2, but it is very accessible.
It's a bit pissy with this one.
It's gone through.
2 green.
Now this gets interesting because the 7th end of the 9-end set. Nick scores on this end, and Robert will have to chase the match the last couple of ends. Whereas if Robert scores, he's right in with a chance of forcing a tie-break. He's looking good again. Number 3. Well, that will force a drive.
3 green.
What we were talking about, the chance of getting Nicky under a bit of pressure here, and that's what he's done this time.
He'll go for the hit here. We'll still have a ball to play. Got a chance with that.
Oh, he's into a chance. Ball on the jack. Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's unlucky. That's desperately unlucky. That jack should have powered all the way through to the ditch when he'd been line 2.
It looked good the second it left his hand. You knew contact was coming.
1 green.
The jack to bounce off the red ball, and then the follow on with the green on the red. Oh dear, oh dear.
How unfair, he said to himself.
Fur balls. Just went wrong. Good strike, right down the middle of it.
Don't drop it short, that's the last thing you need to do.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, this will be a bowler jack. I think on the respot position, Nick has it.
Yes, 2 seconds.
2-second shots though, that's the key as well.
Bowl out, bigger target, but the jack will go on the respot, and I think he still has a chance of holding the shot. So the bowl's the target though.
Well, we asked the question, what kind of form is he in? First hit was a good one. Second hit.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's another bad result. He's lost 2 out of it. Oh, that is a shocker.
You simply cannot design that in any way.
2 shots. 2 shots, Robert Elmore.
Tell you what, it's game on.
Certainly game on now, but Nicky's thinking, oh, not again, surely. Well, 2 ends. We have to say that if Robert manages to force a tie break here, it would be a bit of robbery involved, but that's the nature of sets games. You can lose the first one and just sneak over the line on the second, and it's all to play for.
Oh, fair play. He was 5-1 down. Good first ball is essential. Comes, struck the shot, falls down.
Certainly Nick would like to score a double in this end if he possibly can. That forces Robert into needing a 3. Robert has to really win the last 2 ends. He's just dropping it. He's dropped it short, and great chance here from Nick to add another. It's all down to weight, and he's pretty close.
In comes Nikki Brett. That was first choice.
Now the difficulty for Robert is that the ideal shot would be on the backhand all the way through, take the 2 reds off, or get the jack into the ditch or on the respot. 2 or 3 chances on the backhand to play with pace, but you know, it hasn't been a shot that he's been desperately successful with so far.
Recognised it, recognised the need for it.
Well, off target. Took 1 out.
Well, Nikki Brett will pop this one back in, you would suspect.
Didn't look comfortable when he played the runner. He sort of stood off to the side of the mat. He wasn't sure about it.
Well, it's a proverbial control mile to draw into here. And in he comes.
2 shots, Nick Brett.
Well, it's an ideal situation. Lift a 2. forced Robert into looking for a 3 the next end, and to be truthful with you, he hasn't really been within a sniff of scoring a 3 in this match.
Mainly singles, a couple of doubles. One of those doubles was as a result of a drive that got a horrible result for Nikki Brett.
Jack Lennon, 27 metres.
And if he wins it here, Nikki Brett will be in an 11th consecutive win in Perth.
Well, this should be an exercise in how to close an end down. Get the first 2 balls close and then start to look for cover. It's not bad, beatable, not bad.
One green.
It's just making sure there's no way his opponent can engineer 3 shots.
He's running the shade with this, so there's another chance if Robert can remember the line and length. Add another one in.
Needs to be here.
Oh, he's struggling for pace. Oh dear, that was a chance, and Nick knew it as well. This will totally relax him. You can afford to play this on the forehand, actually, so there's no shoulder to come off. Not worry about losing a double. Won't make any difference to him. Yeah, it's moving on to the forehand for a tactical bowl.
Well, the third ball of Robert Elmore certainly diffused the chances of an explosive ending. I guess you're not going to pick a 3 out of there.
Might as well just use a timeout. Plenty of them available. No need to run. I don't think he's got any shot really available anyway, but just a hit it down and hope that gets something on the runner. But I just can't imagine him doing much with it.
He's trying to find any way he can. He will take the single.
One shot, Robert Elmore. Second set of the match to Nick Brett.
And the defending champion is safely through. Only once in the history of this tournament is the defending champion lost in the opening round. Nikki Brett in very little danger today, and the man who's looking to three-peat was comfortably through. 12-3 and 7-6. Nick Brett beats clubmate Robert Elmore and a comfortable 2-0.
Well, the overall match was very much in favour of Nick Brett. When you look at the scores, the second set obviously got a lot closer. Ends 1-9 against 7. Shots scored comprehensive, 19 against 9. Touchers not much in it, only a couple, but didn't really tell the whole story. Nick Brett, a couple of unlucky results with a couple of runners. Robert dipping into the well for the big bowl and came out occasionally a little bit on the short side. Having said that, first time on the portable rink, never easy. Nick was tested a little bit. He'll be delighted to get through to the second round.
Yes, the defending champion is through to round 2. Nikki Brett, you must be pleased with the way that you really got going in that game.
Yeah, luckily I got a fast start, which Robert's not been before, so it's always crucial for me to get away to a fairly solid start, and luckily I found a couple of good ones early. That's
the thing, Robert, isn't it? You know, you're coming here and playing against a guy who's won here twice. He's won the International Open as well, and he's playing the form of his life. You don't want to let him get away, do you?
Absolutely not. First of all, I didn't play. I wasn't getting close enough early on. It took me a while to settle down, but in the second set, I did settle down and got myself back into the game, really.
You certainly did, and Nick, I mean, you just kept on, battering away in this game. I mean, your line and length right from the start was very, very good indeed.
Yeah, I know how good a player Robert is. Played with him quite a lot, so I knew eventually I'm going to be under the pump. I was just hoping it would, I could keep him at arm's length. But he showed second set what a good player he is. Played some top stuff under the pump. Played a couple of good ones when I lay a good 2. Got the shot, forced me into the runner. So I knew it was coming. I was just hoping I could hold it off long enough.
Okay, I'll get you to explain what under the pump means in a minute, but first of all, let's talk about the first set, and you were dominant in that first set, no doubt about it. This is end 6, and really putting the pressure on this fella here. Yeah, like I said, I played pretty good. I just didn't give Robert too much room, so I was hoping to find a couple of good ones, and I did, and didn't want him to settle down too early. I know what it's like coming from first time up. You just want to settle down and you want to give someone to give you some room, but I was trying not to do that. Absolutely, and in the second set, Robert, you did say you came back into the game and you started to put a bit of pressure on Nick, and I'm going to let you describe a shot that actually Nicky played, and it was a pleasant one from your point of view.
It was, and it was very unlucky with both bowls. First bowl, I wasn't directly biting the head, but I thought he had it all the way. And then the second bowl, for the jack to bounce forward, I didn't expect that result at all. I played a poor last bowl, and I was just happy with the one, really.
It was a tough one for you to take that one as well, because you thought you'd almost got the runner, almost got, taken the jack through, and you'd have been lying potentially. Yeah, I thought I had 2 seconds. The only bad contact was under the jack, and unfortunately from hand I was always under the jack. So it was always a bad. If I got any further, it could have been 3 or 4, so that would have been a nightmare, really. I spoke to you 12 months ago. And we talked about no one's defended the title, and no one's won it 3 years in a row, and you're playing pretty well. Yeah, 1 round at a time. Played okay today. I knew Robert would be a difficult opponent, as will everyone else, so long way to go yet. Well, listen, you're playing great and absolutely fantastic. Commiserations to you, Robert. Well played today. Nikki Brett through to round 2. Well done. Okay, Nikki Brett on absolutely sparkling form. Next up, we've got a former world champion, Bernett. He's up against Philip Last. Well, the big policeman from Arbroath realised a lifetime ambition when he picked up that Commonwealth Games gold medal on home soil. That, of course, was on the grass of Kelvin Grove. On the carpet here in Perth, he's shown he has the game that can do some serious damage. Now, this is a debut appearance for Philip Last here at the Dewar Centre, but the bowler from Ipswich Indoor Club has had lots of experience and currently sits 44th in the world rankings.
I actually qualified this year from Bromley in Kent. The first round I played a guy from England, and I played a young lady. Next round I played a guy in a wheelchair, and a gentleman from Scotland, and a Welshman in the final. So quite a varied route here, really.
Looking forward to the new tournament this year. Obviously the first one's quite important for everybody. It's been a wee break since we finished last season off, so I think this one's always important for the players to try and start the season well.
I've actually tried to qualify for 13 years now in the PBA, and I've actually managed 6 times in total. Second time here in Scotland, 1 in Blackpool, and 3 times at Potters in the World Championships. Although my success so far has been limited, never yet managed to beat a seed. Hopefully that'll be put right this week, maybe.
I don't know that much about Philip. He's been to a few events before. I know that, so to get through qualifiers, I know myself when I was backing them, it's not easy, and if he's been through one or two of these, then he's not going to be a bad player, so I'm going to have to play my best, and hopefully that'll be good enough on the day.
The last time I played in one of these events, I played Paul Foster, so I'm used to the tough matches, but yeah, Darren's a superb player, indoors and out. Former indoor world champion, he's got all the shots in the book. It'll be a very difficult game for me.
The difference between winning and losing is often very small in these events. Standards pretty similar, so whoever comes here with the best form, plays the best bowls consistently and maybe gets the odd break along the way is likely to go quite far. So yeah, I think everybody has that target, but one game at a time, I suppose.
Yes, this should be an absolutely cracking final match this afternoon here at the Jurors Centre. David Corkhill's been in the commentary box all day. Some great matches so far, but this one's something to look forward to.
Yes, and mainly because Philip Glass has been here before so often in terms of the portable rink, and he's not going to be at all disturbed, so I think he should push Darren quite a bit.
Darren has been fantastic. We saw the Commonwealth gold medal that he won, last year, and it was such a fantastic thing. Obviously, that was on grass. On the portable rink, though, we know he's brilliant too because he's won the world title.
Well, exactly, and he won the world title last year, so he won it on the indoor, and then he won the gold medal, the Commonwealth Games on grass. He's the all-round player.
He is the all-round player, so I don't want to give you put too much pressure on you considering you're commentating, but how can you see this going? So far, it's all gone with the seeds so far today.
I think this one could go to a tiebreak. I really do, yeah.
Well, listen, it's going to be very interesting indeed. David Corkhill is going to get himself back up to that commentary box because it's time now to welcome our final two bowlers here to the Jurors Centre this afternoon. Please welcome the former outdoor national fours champion, Philip Last. And playing Philip this afternoon, the current world number 7 and 2014 world singles champion, Darren Bernett. Well, we'll be glad to know that David Corkhill is fleet of foot. He's now back in the commentary box alongside Paul Mitchell.
Yes, the athlete there is David Corkhill, quickly up those steps and back in the box for what should be a pretty good match. Darren Bernett, former winner of this title, up against Philip Last, who won on his first appearance on the portable rink and hasn't managed to win on it since, much to his frustration. But he will be hoping that things can change here.
Well, he's a good player. He's been around the game a long time. He's experienced. I think if it was later in the tournament, Darren would be a major favourite. And he still is a major favourite, but it's just the first round's never easy. Never easy, the first round. So I think this one could be quite interesting. Which, of course, it means it's going to be a completely one-sided match. I think the performance of the Scottish team at the Commonwealth Games last year has overshadowed, up to a point, what Darren Bernett managed to achieve last year, and to win the world singles on a portable, fast indoor surface, and to go to a heavy outdoor surface and win both times, win both titles is remarkable. It really is. It's something a bit special, I have to say.
Both achievements wonderful in themselves, add them together. Wasn't without his struggles in the Commonwealth Games, showed great character to come through.
Certainly did. 20 shots, 16 down against Martin McHugh of Ireland, and Darren managed to crawl his way through over the line, 21-20. But I think with singles being such an isolated sport, you don't have the opportunity to feed off anybody else and feed off their enthusiasm or even their good bowls or bad bowls. as the case may be, where you're concentrating on bringing them into the game. Singles is a very, very lonely place. So it's a fantastic achievement, it really is. So much talent available to Scotland. They're going off to Cyprus in a couple of weeks' time to play in the Atlantic Rim Championships, which is now a qualifier for the World Championships in New Zealand next year. And they're taking the Commonwealth Games team as the men's team, with the exception of one, David Peacock, who's retired. So who did they bring in? Stuart Anderson. Not exactly a big issue. Close for this. Just a matter of holding up to the jack. Got it. Yes, that'll do.
Well, the toucher is in the ditch. That ball is live. The jack to the side. So a little bit of work. And for the first time on the television coverage in 2015, the jack ends up in the ditch.
2 green. 2 green.
Lying 2. There is a fair bit of space to draw to.
Well, I think he'll do well to get the shot here. Do very well to get the shot.
So often the jack nestles right beside the ball, and it's virtually impossible. This is hard.
Yeah, he would be aiming for second shot. It's a bonus if he stands up long enough to get to number 1.
1 shot.
Falls away, so it's 1 shot.
1 shot. Philip last.
Well, of all the qualifiers we've seen play today, Philip Last has played here on the portable rink most often, and it's a very comfortable start by him, very confident start by him.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Well, as always in every match, the key will be who will get the jack first. Get those first 2 balls operating. The other player's going to be under some pressure.
For the trendy bearded look is Darren Bernett.
1 red.
Well, I don't know about that, Paul, but I have an 18-year-old daughter and she reckons I wouldn't recognise trendy from 20 yards away, so you just have to work on the basis that you're right about that.
Well, beards are in this year. I did grow one myself, which lasted about 10 days.
I think it might be this Movember thing or whatever. He's going the full route though.
All the way.
All the way. There you go. Just wants to dip into the green one.
2 red.
Needs to run with this one. Needs to hurry. Oh, the perfect line. Well,
1 red.
Slight correction there from the marker. 2 red to 1 red. Certainly would expect Darren to drop this one in. Always has these facial expressions after he plays a ball. Oh,
just on the edge.
Needs to drop, and I don't think it's going to.
No, you can see it just lying there.
One shot, Don Bernett.
Had a wee chance there, Darren Bernett. Couldn't take it. Well, you tipped a tie break in this one as a possible solution. We've only had 1 tie break in the 15 round 1 matches last season.
Jack length 29 metres.
8 of them were decided on a tie break.
Well, as I say, it's really based on the way I've seen Phil rolling up and down, and also the fact it's the first round, and you know, later in the event you sort of think to yourself, well, the top players just are so hard to beat when you get past that first, second round. The last end was very loose, so Phil's going to have to tighten up a bit on that one.
Well, I had a look down, see what the problem is here.
Well, just, you know, one 4 feet short and another one which is another 4 feet short.
First one's about 20 inches short, Don.
So Phil's come through qualifiers many times, and he's played on the Portal rink enough to know that you catch into the weight. He's got the line okay, but he really needs to sort of tighten up again, and can't rely on running balls, so you have to get that draw going. And to be fair, Darren's giving him lots of room.
Well, he's not putting him away just yet.
Oh, that one seemed to bump a little bit on delivery. Previous to that, he was getting it away very smooth.
And on this surface, that'll take all the weight out your ball.
Yeah. Just bumped it on delivery, and that really just doesn't give it a chance.
Line looks good. And the weight's pretty good too.
3 red.
He got that one away absolutely smooth. No bump, no noise. Certainly a better ball, but he's overcorrected because of it. Oh, that's a loose hand.
3 shots, Dan Bernett.
His third ball. His second ball was way short of his first. The third ball was bounced. And Darren Bernett happily accepting the 3. Well, last season in the first round, Darren Bernett faced Robert Whale all the way to a tie break.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Robert Whale not part of the top 16 anymore, but he's still playing well, winning titles in Wales. Highly experienced bowler.
Robert Whale is eased out of the top level indoors, but doesn't mean he can't come back. He's more than good enough. But you have to go through the qualifying stages, and that's tough. Obviously, the older you get, it doesn't help.
Favour 1 red down.
Well, sometimes you think I've been there, seen it, done it, happy with what I've done, and you achieve so much in the sport.
Well, better from Philip here. Decent first ball from Darren as well. See what the follow-up's like. Just getting here a little bit on the quick side.
Staying on the backhand, Darren Bernett. Coming round.
1 red.
Well, same ball as his last, so to speak, no pun intended on that one, but if Philip can just play a similar ball, he'll draw the shot. Gives him the shoulder he needs. Again, he's just on the wrong side. Just on the wrong side of the shoulder.
Looks lazy.
Yeah, it's a big slap of the fly there by Darren. Knew it wasn't reaching. There's a chance here. You can afford to reach this.
If you could reach those 2 red balls you spoke about, but actually fall the right way.
Struggling. Once you put the weight on, you really have to kick that line in. There's a missed chance for a double. The rest of the ball out for 2. It's close enough.
Umpire.
So Dan McManus, our marker, calls for the umpire, Sandra McLeish. That was pretty close. As the PC goes wandering past our camera. Never know, there'll be a policeman around when you want one.
Absolutely. They're like buses, aren't they?
The exception, of course, being the Perth Constabulary. Fantastic. There's Darren Bernett.
One shot, Darren Bernett.
A relieved marker.
Well, that's what he reckoned. He called it on that.
Jack length 29 metres.
So Darren Bernett off to a good start. Past round 2 only twice in the last 10 years in Perth. It's not been his favourite tournament.
Not only that, but he's been giving Philip Last a shed load of room. But Philip hasn't come onto his game at all. If he does, Darren Bernett could be in trouble.
There's a missed chance. Your opponent's way short. You've got to pop that on.
So you really need to be within a foot with that first ball. You get a chance like that because obviously it's a situation where Darren just isn't really on top form, and he's going to make a correction, which he's done with this ball. Certainly looks better. So little spray chalk.
To be one green, but it's very close.
Just being put onto the ball. It means that ball ends up in the ditch. It stays live.
An inch in front of Jack high for the green ball, and 3 inches in front for your own ball, Darren.
Important that markers are so precise about those questions. Oh, he's there. He's there. Gives the player faith to play the shot that they want to play without having to come up.
One red.
Beautifully played, judged the line. Knew that there was the gap there. Rested on his own. Similar weighted shot from Philip Last. May not get the result he wants.
Well, I'm surprised at that because there was no reason to be short. Any pulling of the jack was worth 2, maybe 3. Red ball out clean was worth at least 1. Probably 2 if he stayed in the head. Absolutely no reason to drop short there.
Oh, Darren Bernett. Love those grips on the balls. That's the style I like to play with.
New grips that they've brought back. They were on balls years ago, those crescent grips, but it's gone out of fashion. They've been brought back again.
Again, I would have expected Darren to come behind.
I think Darren expected to come behind with that as well.
Is the fact that we're seeing quite a lot of the players dropping short, is it an indication the rink's playing just slightly not how they're expecting?
Well, maybe it is playing a little bit heavier. I think, though, the back green ball would have been a good position ball for Darren. I understand what people are saying about drawing to the jack and dropping short, but I don't think he intended to be near the jack on that occasion. I can understand it, though, if something cools down a little bit, maybe a crowd coming in, people moving around and the doors being open. It can affect the portable rink. This is better. Will it get back in time?
Great effort. Really good effort.
Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky.
One right. One shot, Dan Bernett.
Well, Philip Last is playing pretty well, but it's not counting on the scoreboards. A fourth consecutive earned for Darren Bernett. He's just taking command of this opening set. The final round one match at the Scottish International Open in 2015.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Jack safe enough. 28.5 metres, 1 metre short of the full length. Of course, the World Bowlster played a 3 metres on the tee mark from the ditch. Slightly different to normal play, where it's 2. Signs that Phil Blass is starting to a little bit closer with that first delivery.
Darren Bernett finding form too.
Correct.
Not too far away, but still 2 down. Darren, yes, moving on to the forehand, looking for the back shoulder. It's what he's after. Not really too concerned about the jack at the moment, and find a lot of club players and even players above that level get very jack focused. Sometimes you have to ignore the jack and go for position. Dropped it short though.
Dropped it short and didn't really muddy the waters in any way.
But surprised he's playing this forehand, because you know, the thing about the forehand is you're crunching the jack in against the red ball. He's got position. No, 3 balls there now, but he had 2 before that. The backhand, you're squeezing the jack towards the green ball or resting the red ball out, which has a target. That just didn't make sense to me, that shot. So, because Darren will be looking for it. If he fails with this, Philip really needs to be on the other side.
Target the green balls at the back.
Oh, Darren.
Oh, he's short again.
Dear, oh dear. That is not good. Now, you should be on the backhand with this, Phil, because a squeeze on the jack and the ball, it's all you need. Ball out clean. Yep, on the backhand. That's why I thought he should play with his third ball, because sometimes you have to make the adjustment and have 2 goes at this sort of shot, not one. Well, first one's a rangefinder. Yeah, by leaving it to his last ball, just made it too difficult for himself.
So 1 out.
2 shots, Darren Bernett.
2 awarded. And the set just getting away from Philip Last at the moment. When he last played in Scotland, Mark McMahon was his opponent. Took the first set 8-6, lost the second 6 shots to 10, and lost on a tie break.
Mark McMahon, Scottish, Hong Kong, and Australian player.
But apart from that,
yeah,
he's been pretty central.
He has. The world is his centre, he told me.
Jack length 29 metres.
Worked on the airlines. Mark McMahon, very, very good player.
So that was back in 2007. Back in Perth 8 years later. He's up against the number 7 seed.
Youngest player ever to represent Hong Kong in the bowls, Mark McMahon. Way before, of course, it was passed back to China. Needs a lot more of those. And there's been just too few of them in this match. Bit of a wry smile there. He knows he's better than what he's showing today.
Hong Kong were represented at this tournament. Alex Wen from Hong Kong has gone back from whence he came. Stuart Anderson, 11-2-8-3. And even when Philip Last is getting in, Darren Bernett is finding his groove now.
As long as he's reaching, he's got a chance.
1 red.
Second ball has often been short.
1 inch. Nearest green one is 2 inches in front of Jack high, and the gap is 5 inches.
Well, it's a sort of thing that you look at when you watch matches back again, and you see that there's just too high a percentage of balls dropping short. Try and figure out, was it the second ball or the third in particular? It's really your first ball's a rangefinder that you should be up to the jack to give it a chance.
Bernett requires 2 shots at this end if we're not to play any more of this opening set.
Yes, well, I can't blame him being through there. It was the overcorrection, but far better to be at the back of the head. There's an element of a lack of consistency at the moment. You know, it's
well, you can see the line's been pretty good, but the weight he has struggled to replicate. You can never tell with Darren Bernett whether he's happy or not.
There's lots of good reasons for that. Look at his profession. Come on.
Yeah. When he gives nothing away in the bowling sense.
When he stops someone for speeding, you can't exactly walk up and say, why were you doing 95 and a 30? You have to have a stony look about you. And that's what he's got.
I think they get taught that look, don't they?
Yes. Community police officer in Arbroath, of course. He's not in traffic branch.
it's Philip Last.
Needs to punch into this. Has to give it a chance. Be there. Needed to wait. That was all.
One shot to Darren Bernett.
And that's the set more or less complete now. Just one more end will finish it off.
Well, we were hoping for a contest. It's more of a procession at the moment. Darren Bernett dropping the opening but rattling off the next 6.
It's not as if there hasn't been plenty of chances. There's been loads of them. But
Jack length, 28.5 metres.
Philip just not playing the way he would normally do.
Well, what we've seen from Darren Bernett is that the first ball, if it's not right on, the second ball has usually been an improvement. It is there. And what we've seen too often from Philip Last is after a good opening ball, he's struggled to get a second in. Doesn't improve on the first. Oh, Darren Bernett just checking the scoreboard, checking the light. Change his hand, just come split the 2 green balls.
Darren coming up. Don't think he needs to worry too much. That ball is more or less killed off the set. And Philip has to make a half ball contact of the red one. So half ball contact, move the jack, run with the jack. It's his only way, but that's actually, well, that's useful. There's any reason why Darren shouldn't move onto the forehand now and try and go in for cover. Be very wise. I've moved on to the forehand. Let's see if he's going where I think he might. Just looking to be on the high side between the white dot and the left side of your picture. It's a respot position on the green balls, but has he pushed it enough? Not really. There's still a chance. Half ball contact makes the jack go through 4 feet, run off it, follow on, lift the 4. Just like that.
That's the theory. Let's see the execution. Well, it's fairly tentative.
Also very narrow.
Oh, had to reach. Got to give yourself a chance. And even with that weight, I'm not convinced it would have done anything, but spiralling away.
One shot in the first set to Darren Bernett.
And Darren Bernett, well, in truth, pretty comfortable throughout the set, and Philip Last now has to forget about it and move on.
Well, just no pressure. That's all, Paul. Just no pressure put upon him. Darren was able to play a very free set without any real issues. You want to force the players into playing the little in-between shots, the difficult shots, the low percentage ones. And Philip just wasn't doing that. So start off fresh, second set. Looking to get off to a better start.
Jack length 25 metres.
Some of the shorter jack lengths we've seen. 47-year-old from Suffolk. 6 World Bowls Tour event. Passed the first round just once in his previous 5 attempts. Last time he qualified the International Open of 2014, ran into Paul Foster in the first round. If the plan was to go shorter and put off Darren Bernett was not cooperating with the plan.
Well, he's certainly better with this.
Chance here for Philip last. Just improve on that second ball.
Well, that second ball of Darren's given me an indication that he's not absolutely firing on all cylinders, because there was no way he was meant to be 4 feet away from that. Oh, he's aiming for the green ball, trying to rest off the shoulder. If he misses it, he comes in tight to the jack. Turns it around out of the way. There you go. That's what he was looking for with the second delivery. But now that makes that back ball look quite clever.
Again, if you look at the third ball of Philip, too short, not even blocking, and allows Darren the chance, which he's taken again.
Timeout called.
No back position.
Philip Last has 4 timeouts remaining.
That's the problem. And the last ball's against him, so even if he hits it, chances are he's going to lose a double. There's a shot down the backhand to try and force the jack through to the green ball. It's narrow, but it might be all he's got available. Oh, he's trying it. I really don't fancy his chances on this one.
Started to dip away now.
Yeah, nice weight for it. It's just hard to pluck out the line, that's all.
Well, Darren Bernett deciding if there's any danger. It doesn't appear to be.
I think also he's looking at how far if the jack goes, will it bring the back ball in, but no, it is a gentle draw. Doesn't really need to mess about with this. It's not a spare shot opportunity.
He's given it a great chance. Just the other side of the green ball.
2 shots, Darren Bernett.
So Darren Bernett taking a 2 at the opening end. And Robert Paxton is standing by to speak to Dougie Viper.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. A bit of a one-sided affair so far this match. Darren Bernett doing enough, playing very, very well and just turning the screw.
Yeah, Darren's playing well. He's finding his first couple of bowls out there at the moment. He's putting Phil under pressure, and he's just got not closing down and putting enough pressure on Darren to get himself in the game at the moment.
It's a tough one for Philip, isn't it? You know, coming up here on the carpet in front of the television cameras against a guy who's just full of confidence.
Yeah, it is tough, and I say it's for qualifiers. You just got to get in there early and start finding your first bowl, which is good enough. There's still time in this set. If he can start finding his first two, he can put Darren under the pressure, and you never know. He's still in the match.
You never know, but the couple of beautiful shots that Darren put in there, even if Philip's getting close, Darren seems to be able to just get inside him.
Yeah, that's confidence from the guy at the moment. I mean, the last sort of 18 months he's been fantastic, and he's playing with so much confidence. He's just turning up, putting the bowls down and playing well.
Now, if I was to ask you to pick a winner at this point, I'm guessing I would know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, Darren, odds-on favourite at the moment for this, but say sets play, you never know. If Phil plays a couple of good ends, gets on the board, starts finding his first bowl, you never know.
You never know. Thanks very much indeed.
No worries, thank you.
There's a 2011 winner of the Scottish International Open, Robert Paxton, safely through into the second round after a bit of a scare. Dropped the first set to Gary Smith, took the second and won on the tiebreak 2-1.
Yes, that's Gary R. Smith, of course, northeast of England. Very good player. Concentrating more now on the PBA events, and he's very highly respected. Always going to be tough to get past Gary.
But Robert made a good point. You've always got to guard against, I mean, Philip Last is being outplayed here, but you've just got to guard against it with the set play.
One
I mean,
green.
we've seen it often enough over the years. Somebody outplayed in the first and finds their way back.
I think the problem is we're not finding any consistency. If he was playing really well and Darren was just outplaying him and Darren's performance went down a little bit, at the minute Darren's not even in full flight himself, so.
One red.
He would have to go off a considerable amount unless Philip starts to really find his game. At the moment that's been a bit of a struggle. Lovely easy delivery. I think that's the problem I have there, Paul, is that anything through the head was going to be useful. Even if he played through his own green ball, it would be good, because he's got another one to come and he can push the jack through the last delivery. The only score he's managed to get so far has been a drive in the ditch, so by dropping short he's not allowing for that to happen again.
Played it again.
Yeah, it's really all too easy for Darren to be able to slide another one in there. 4 feet short your opposition, so now he's forced into playing either controlled weight, which is very hard in that forehand, or just try and draw within 3 or 4 inches. Just trying to play slightly over the draw, make sure he's arriving at the jack, and it just holds out all day if you're over the weight. You just don't get back to centre rink in time. There it goes.
Again, they're the problem. Not only the final ball, but it was the third ball that
Darren
time.
Bernett.
Not giving himself a chance.
Yeah. It's a third ball, it's a bit the same as before, it's about playing the right shot at the right time, and if he hadn't played that front green one, he still had a shot on to drive it through, but the front green one just killed him. So he's forced to try and beat that ball on the draw, and that's never going to happen.
Jack length 29 metres.
Ten inches.
Just over the length on that occasion, just going out too far. So he's inside the line, taken by Bernett.
Yep. Chance for this one, just needs to run a little bit. Well, could be.
Favour 1 green.
So twitches and facial expressions that Darren comes out with. He doesn't have those. No, it's only when he plays bowls that he has those. It's just weird. But it works. It works.
It works for him.
Absolutely. You can't read him, that's the thing. You can never read Darren. You don't know if he's having a good day or a bad day. Tell you what, I hope he's a good poker player. Could you imagine trying to read that as a poker player? God, blimey.
You'd never know if he was bluffing. That I have to say, he's got some facial expressions and things. When I did some rugby recently, when I watched Dan Bigger of the Ospreys kicking to go, and he has got some routine as well.
They're a different bunch. So the kickers.
Very accurate, that has to be said, as the timeout is called, but it is some routine. It's
Darren Bernett has 4 timeouts remaining.
makes Johnny Wilkinson looks like he's standing still. It's that kind of routine. So the timeout taken.
Well, it's a good chance here for Darren, the way that ball's sitting. He's got a shoulder to play off. He's got his own on the way in as well. So anything just slightly inside the line with a little bit of weight would be good. Backhand has a tendency to pull in towards the jack much better than the forehand. Here it comes. Now he needs connection on the jack, and that's good enough. Yeah. Just played over the weight, slightly inside the line. And that's perfect.
Lies 2. Perfectly played. Take the jack right in the middle. This has been a familiar theme to the match. Philip Last shots against with last ball, trying to make something happen.
Been left with a rather difficult shot to get out of trouble. Yeah, and unfortunately that has been actually what he's played. Short.
Well, he's checking.
Umpire.
Well, a call for the umpire. Sandra McLeish looked like 2 from here. But if there's a shot available.
Very unfortunate for Philip. Like, he's had to go through numerous games in a day to qualify for this, and it's not easy. You know, if you're pushing yourself to go through those sort of 5 games in a day, or even a 3 and a 2, it's still pretty tiring. And then to come out here and just not play to your full potential, that's all.
So Sandra McLeish Checking. Good player in her own right, Sandra.
Very much so. Yes.
3 shots, Dan Bernett.
Well, credit Darren Bernett for spotting that. It looked like 2, but he fancied his chances. And the 3 shots go his way.
John Price rubbing his eyes, not surprisingly. He's not that long back from Australia. He was over with Commonwealth Games, Scotland. Yes, come on, John, you know we're talking about you.
He does play to the camera well.
There you go. Look at the glasses, look, there you go. Hey, he's getting on a bit now.
Of course, the next Commonwealth Games aren't in Australia. It's a different challenge for the men's team.
Yeah, well, that jack has just gone off to the side, and they're going to have to check it now. It seemed like it kicked across, according to Darren. That's a very rare occurrence. We'll get the telescopic sight out to have a look at this. Yeah, think about John Price. He was telling me that this was a multi-sport
well, it's out.
confederation of people who went out there to have a look for different venues that they're going to go to prior to the Commonwealth Games. So it's all to do with their training venues. So much money available. I said to John, you know, like it's you're not used to this.
Well, this is good tactics on Philip Last. Change something. You've got to do something. I mean, you've lost all but the first end of the match. You've lost 10 ends on the bounce.
He's just not playing well at the moment, that's all. He's seen him play a lot better than this.
Jack length 27 meters.
So the backhand shot of Darren Bernett.
That looks like it might be a bit of a distance away.
Well, if you're Philip Last, that's what you want to see. You've put your opponent off, but now comes the difficult bit. Doing it yourself.
Well, Paul Foster did say in his interview he noticed that the rink had slowed down a bit from the time he was practicing, and I just wonder if it happened again in this match, because there has been quite a lot of short bowls. So could well be the case. It's still happening.
See, I think what's been interesting, David, it's not only there's been a lot of short bowls, there's been a lot of short bowls when you had to be through the head.
Key moments.
Yeah,
key moments in the match. You know, it's when you get the really top class players like Paul Foster and Darren Bernett and people like that, you sort of think, well, they know whenever that bowl leaves their hand, if they're close. If they drop 2 or 3 feet short, it has changed. It definitely has changed. Still, a chance for Philip Last to pop this one in. Still got plenty of room. And again, dropping short.
16 inches.
Oh, for a pound of weight sometimes.
He hit the ball, but he wasn't up anyway. Something strange going on out there.
He's going to change his hand here.
Well, his front ball is not helping. As soon as he gets past it, though, he's in. That'll do.
1 green.
No, Darren Bernett still fancies chances of the draw.
Certainly looks a lot healthier with this one. Yep, made it. But again, not under tremendous pressure. It was a ball that was some 15 inches away from it to draw, and I don't think there's much more of a shot on for Philip Lastall to try and draw it himself. Well, he can play inside for the 2 balls, but yeah, well, okay. The only reason I didn't like that much was if he got a bad result with his own ball, he was in a heap of trouble.
1 shot, Darren Bernett.
Jack on the respot, he was more shots down than 1, so.
Well, he's trying hard as Philip Last, but it's not working for him. And Darren Bernett continues what is quite a comfortable journey to round 2 so far. The overall match scoreline would be 18-1.
Jack length 29 metres.
Philip Last from Suffolk tells us he enjoys dance music, and his rhythm has been hard to find today. And Darren Bernett, well, it's been a professional performance so far.
Yes, slow waltz over the foxtrot. It's hard to tell what the reason is. It'll be interesting to see what Philip says afterwards, because it's a strange sort of performance. Lovely, easy, relaxed action. Correction made on the weight. Line's good. That's good. That's really good there.
1 red. Your first ball is a 4-inch gap and 3 inches in front of Jack High. The second one is a 9-inch gap and 10 inches in from Jack High. The green one is a gap of 6 inches.
Good clear direction from Dan McManus.
It's probably worth having a drive at this to try and remove the 2 balls now. Going for the draw again. That's not easy. The thing is, he has to shake things up. If he had a drive and took the 2 reds, or at least he'd be in with a chance at 8-0 down. It's going nowhere. Darren's running down the ends at the moment. He's happy to take 2 or 3 singles and they'll be shaking hands.
Yeah, there was the chance to take those 2 red balls out. I mean, he's at the stage he's going out no matter what, so why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Darren Bernett calls the timeout.
And Bernett has 3 timeouts remaining.
Sometimes you've just got to decide to go.
Well, if Darren wants to go in for for the kill. Really, he can pop another one in there if he really wants to. Otherwise, there's no reason why he can't just go into this sort of area here, you know, and cover things just in case. That's all, just in case something could happen. You know, he's pretty much aiming for where I was thinking of.
Respot covered.
Respot covered. Drive a 2 balls out, you lose 1. But if he gets a bad result and ball on the jack goes to the respot, green ball goes out, you lose 3. Philip Last, he's in trouble no matter what way he looks at it.
Called by Philip Last.
The best result he can hope for here really is to drive to 2 balls or draw the jack back for 2.
Philip Last has 3 timeouts remaining.
Neither of those shots are particularly appetizing.
Well, he'll go for it. Could be one for the DVD collection.
No, it's a tough one, this. It really is. Going for the 2 balls.
Off he goes. Got it. And
Well,
gets the shot.
Maybe.
Oh, it's just rolled on. I thought it stopped. He's unlucky, I think.
Well, it's a good strike. If it hadn't hit the front red ball, it was going on to the respot, and it would have been 1 to red. I think Darren sort of indicated 1 there to him, but
1 green, he does get on the score sheet.
One shot, Philip Last.
Well, good on him. He had a go, and it gets a result.
the key there was the jack hitting the red ball and coming back. If it had missed the red ball, it was going on to the respot. Darren had a ball waiting there. So a good strike and got the shot.
On the card in the second set, Philip Last. Darren Bernett can see this one out. Still smiling, which is always good to see. Long journey up to Perth, it'll be a long journey home.
And 26 metres.
Can he finish with a flourish? Can he force a tie break? Needs 8 shots over 4 ends. Just to put this into context, David, if this was the other way around and Darren Bernett had 1 and Philip Last was on 8 and Darren Bernett needed 8 shots over the 4 ends, how difficult is that for somebody, say, ranked 7 against a qualifier?
Well, the thing is that, you know, Darren Bernett, one thing he doesn't feel is pressure for a start, so he wouldn't see it as being a pressure situation. He would just see it as being a situation where he has to win the first 2 balls. But you know, the trouble is that whenever you've got a qualifier coming through, when Philip Last's case, he's 6 times now, so he knows what to do, but he's just not featuring. You know, if I was Philip Last there, the first thing I would do would either go very short, which he's tried, it didn't work, keep the mat back and go very long, and just hope that Darren has a bad end, because he has been dropping short on occasions. Hope that works. It's certainly not the length that he's playing at the moment that I would have played. I know that. So now he's going to be facing at least 1 against him with his last ball. But the good thing is that he's got 2 balls in there, and he's got a plant shot to take the red out. So it's important for Darren to get another one in. Looking for the green ball. Drop in on the jack if he can. Yeah, that's the perfect ball. The plant was taking the other red one out. It's not taking both of them out now.
That'll be a timeout called in a moment or two by Philip Last. He may as well take the additional time that's available.
You know, one way to look at that is going to take one out. If it's possible, he would ideally like to hit the other ball and get the jack down into that position, which is really ideal, because that's a precise shot. Nothing easy about that though, because he has to try and play a controlled weight. Looks like he might be going quick with this on the backhand.
He's had a couple of good results. What's he going to get here? Just one red ball out.
Two red.
As an on-toucher, it'll be lifted out. And Darren Bernett lies to as a ball to play.
Not far away, but just enough that Darren knew he wasn't doing damage. Not a straightforward add-on, but certainly an opportunity. Should be over the next end, I would think.
Here he comes again, Darren Bernett, line 2, looking for 3, doesn't make a mistake.
3 red. 3 shots to Darren Bernett.
Certainly looks like it's going to be all over in the next end. You know, Phil has to score 3 shots, and he hasn't been in with a sniff of a chance of doing that so far.
He's actually only scored 2 shots in the whole match. So
I read this one wrong. I thought Phil would have been a lot better, to be truthful with you. Just didn't happen today for him. Darren knows the next match will be a whole lot different.
Well, David Holt,
Jack
Australia
Bent,
awaits, and
28.5 meters.
That will be one to watch.
Certainly will be.
Well, it's been a good opening to the Scottish International Open for the seeded players. Just 4 fallen. Mark Dawes, Marvin King, David Gurley and John Price.
Yes, well, the next opponent, David Holt, of course, was a skip for England in the in the Commonwealth Games in Manchester. Won a gold medal. Left very shortly after that to go to Australia, make a life down there in Sydney. But a very good player in his own right, indoors and outdoors. English singles champion, and played in many professional events as well, and played very well. But originally came from a Crown Green background, David Holt.
Two red.
Oh, Philip Last. That's the kind of name every sub-editor likes to be able to play around with.
Yes, a bit of a journalist's dream, isn't it?
Sometimes temptations you've got to stay away from.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's not go there.
No, got to stay away.
It's all been a bit of a struggle for him today. I honestly thought it would have been a lot different, but Hasn't happened. Totally resigned to it, of course. I think it's 7-0. He was more or less resigned to it, but they'll be shaking hands.
Just playing out the final moments of this match. The Scotland-England affair.
To be read.
There's no shot on now. He can jack through into the ditch. I can't see him getting the 3 or 4 shots that he needs. You know, it's something will go through with it.
Timeout called.
Chance, of course, to drag the jack back.
2 timeouts remaining.
But oh goodness me, how difficult is that? I'll play it. This is the time to do it.
I think this is last ball in more ways than one.
You couldn't resist.
Last ball of the end. Is it the last ball of the match? It certainly is. They will shake hands.
Bernett, the second set and the match.
Well, Philip Last will be disappointed. He'll feel he didn't turn up today. Darren Bernett was strong, did everything he had to do, and Darren Bernett comfortably through. Wins it by 13-1 in the second set. 10-1 it was in the first set, and Darren Bernett wins the match by 2-0.
Well, it's one of those matches where the stats tell you everything you need to know. Ends 1, 13-2. Total shots scored 2 for Philip Last, 23 for Darren Bernett. The gold medal winner from last year at the Commonwealth Games eases his way into the second round.
Yeah, it's a very good win indeed for Darren Bernett. He won the Commonwealth gold medal 2014 and the World Championship in 14, and he's through to the second round of competition here. You must be very happy with how you played there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm really happy with the way I played. You know, I was fairly consistent, occasionally just dropping slightly short, but all in all, I was putting quite a few balls in there and putting Philip under a bit of pressure.
Philip, it's always hard to play in these conditions on the fast carpet against a guy who's just so used to playing on the surface and playing very well indeed.
And that's true, yeah. Darren played pretty well, but I didn't really turn up today at all. It was a bit of a nightmare for me. I just didn't put under no pressure at all. You played pretty solid, but I didn't give my game really. With a no-show for me today.
Well, listen, Darren, I mean, your line and length was just right from the start. You just seemed to be on it. I mean, you're clearly enjoying yourself being back here in Perth.
Yeah, absolutely. I've come into the tournament fairly relaxed, in all honesty. No real expectations, just to try and get that first win. It's the first ranking event, and I think it's important to try and get through that first round. So hopefully I can go on and just go up a gear or two, and I'll need that probably in the next round, but hopefully I can find that.
Okay, well, listen, congratulations. Good effort, Philip. Commiserations to you. Darren Bernett, congratulations. You're through to the next round. Well done. Well, Darren's in the second round of the competition. Let's have a look ahead to what we'll be seeing live on BBC 2 tomorrow. As you can see, there's the second round down. Darren Bernett against David Holt. Alex Marshall, the world champion so many times against Greg Harlow. David Richardson against Andy Thompson as well. If you didn't see any of the action today, you can see highlights tonight at 11:45 on BBC 2 Scotland. Then we'll be back with that live action on BBC 1 at 1 o'clock, BBC 2, I beg your pardon, at 1 o'clock tomorrow. In the meantime, from all of us at the Jurors Centre here this afternoon, thank you so much for your company. Bye for now.